Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Actually a public holiday here in Australia at the moment, but I was feeling pretty generous today and quite busy, so I thought I would do some streaming. It's going to be a pretty regular stream. So for those of you not in Australia, just consider it a normal Monday. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how things are going at the moment. I've been doing a lot of pitch work over the weekend, just working on the game's pitch deck, but didn't make as much progress as I wanted to, even though I spent a lot of time. But that's life. Can't always get what you want. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, otherwise, reasonably happy with going on with me. Hope things are going well for you. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat so far, including Eyes and Perseverance and Wijayana Egu. I wish I could pronounce your name better. Sorry about that. We've also got Arbiter Games on Twitch, Digis Monkey King on Twitch, Iggy Pop is here. Welcome. All right. Also a big thank you to River the Lynx for the most recent follow and Sneaky Pops for the most recent subscription. Thank you. Hey, Godless. How's it going? What's the schedule? Hey, Louise. Hey, Rizlia. Hey, Saravati. Everyone's here today. Yeah, what we're working on today is more Insignia development. Particularly, the schedule looks like this. So right now, we're working on reference data for the sword or some teaser animation work. So all this is to say is that I got to do some sketching right now. Do that. Okie dokie. Hey, Joseg. How's it going? Oh. Let's go. Sword. Don't know about stuff. One sec, pal. So this is pretty much what the sword looks like. Doesn't really change. Find it, but I need to create a kind of like a higher res version of this. Take up animation references. So the first thing I want to do is get Armin's key concept. I think I have something called Armin character reference. So relative to Armin, how? Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Boomo, welcome, welcome, welcome. A tiny sword. Okay. The sword is like this long. Okay. Hey, Silas. Silas? I don't know how to pronounce your name. But working on a game for a while, a passion project of sorts. Feel like I've lost motivation. Still want to work on the game, but I just haven't felt particularly drawn to it. Well, that's okay. You don't have to be, machine. You can take a break. You can come back to it if you like it more. One question that you might want to ask yourself is like, what is it about it that you like? And what is it about it that you don't like? Hey, eyes with a clinker. One just fell out of the bag for you. And you've opted for pink. Let's have a look. It is pink. It's tough. Good job. I will give this blinker to the most recent commenter other than me. So Boomo. Well, the most recent was Digis Monkey King, I think. Boomo can have it though. Boomo, do you know what you want? Eyes wants like a monogram. Just like they wanted to do something different with that. Boomo is undecided. Boomo underscore. Cool. All right, you take some time to think about it. I'm streaming on 2 platforms at the same time. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Ragzada, welcome. And thank you, Koi Fishy. Thank you, hot dog. Hey, koi fishy. Ah, you made it back to us. Yo, Eyes, I have a question for you. How's the audio sounding? Sounding okay? Notifications are loud. They sound loud to me too. I don't know why they are so loud. Sound is perfect. Okay, let me see what I can find here. That might be a little different. But like my actual personal audio quality, like on my voice, it's not like peaking at all. Sounds good. Not clipping the mic. Little bit. Cool. It's hot, but it's good at the moment. I don't know what that means. For it to be hot. Like it's reaching the top end. We're like pretty, I don't know what the, we're pretty much at the most natural setting it can be at. So at a certain point, that's my voice. Pretty close to it. Could be maybe a little bit thinner. I do draw it quite chunky these days. Pretty much. Just before it starts to tip over, if you've ever had really French roast coffee, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just a little bit, start to get more tone rather than that. I'm definitely like, if I get, I'm close to the red. Maybe I'm just too close to, Maybe I just need to be a little bit further away. I'm used to speaking into it. I guess if I turn the gain down, I could do that. Yeah, I'm pretty. The thing is, it's very hard for me to evaluate it here on stream. Like I'd have to spend a lot of time, and I don't mind spending that time, but it's just not my priority right now. If we're already at like 95% quality, if we're like mostly pretty good, it's kind of like, you know, we'll get to it, we'll fix it, but like not incrementally, we'll get there, rather than sitting down for like. Over the next stream. I want a little bit more. I've done this differently times. Have a look. Yeah, I've given it a lip before. Just know that when you put your face in the mic, it's going to cause a ton more bass. So if there's more amplitude in that region, yeah, cool. Sorry, just slam the pen down. Hey, hot dog, I'm new to your channel. Do you have a synopsis video on your channel of what you're creating to learn about the project? Yeah, if you go to the YouTube channel and you just, it might actually be replaced by the stream at the top of the channel. Usually that says welcome to IndieTales, and you can watch that and just find out about what I'm about and what I do. Otherwise, I mean, we're very close to doing a lot more promotion on like the game and what I'm actually working on in terms of like Steam wish lists and that kind of thing. Right now, I'm not as ready just yet to push that stuff. But if it's more just, if you're just curious about like what I'm doing, and like who I am and stuff like that, I can give you a little intro right now. So my name's Adam. I am a game developer and YouTuber. I work mostly within the pixel art space, and I'm working on a game, and have been for about 7 or 8 years, called Insignia, which is a side-scrolling action adventure game. Insignia started as like just something that I wanted to, like a bit of a dare that I put myself up to get into game development, and it's grown into like my full-time thing. I started the YouTube channel in 2019, and I started Twitch streaming in 2018. So I really wanted to get more visibility across my project and accountability. And over the course of like just, I guess, pursuing that, what's happened is the game has, I guess, my art and the game have just given, how do I put it? I've sort of just found notoriety, I guess, a little bit. As I've shared my journey and what I do, more people have found me, and I started putting tutorials together on pixel art, moved a little bit more into game dev more generally recently. So that's kind of, yeah, that's me and what I do. Here on the stream, I work on the game directly, and I'll tell you a bit more about that. So the game is a side-scrolling action adventure pixel art game. It's got platforming mechanics. It's got, combat. Got a little bit of non-linear exploration. It's kind of a Metroidvania, but a bit closer to something like Legend of Zelda. And you play as a character named Armin. He is the son of a blacksmith who went missing a year ago and never returned. In the story, it's Armin's responsibility at the start of the game to basically take up father's role as town blacksmith. So he wanted to be a musician. He's become a blacksmith. In the game, we're working on a demo right now. There is a demo that exists already, but we're working on a more polished demo for publishers. Hey, Pink Peppy Live. So the game looks like this. Oh, thank you, Automaton. So yeah, this is what the game looks like. Like I said, action mechanics, a bit of platforming and parkour. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Edwin. So we've been working on this, like I've been working on this since 2017. And last year I got a team together because I got some grant funding. So since I have that funding, I've been able to, put a lot more polish in the game and get others to help me out. Basically like putting the game together. Finishing animations, doing a little bit of extra level design, sound effect, music composition. That stuff's been polished greatly in the last 6 months, but most of the animation, the backgrounds, the mechanics, programming, that's all me. It's just the project's too big at this stage for me to do that all for the game. So this snake, for example, like I did the concept for it, I did some primary animations, and then one of our animators did the rest of it. Finished it off. So yeah, that's kind of like my, what's the word? That's like what I do is like where the project's at. We've got basically like a 1 and a bit hour demo that we're working on right now for the sake of getting more publisher funding to get enough money to release the game. And yeah, that's kind of it. So at the moment, like what I'm doing like right this second is I'm doing some reference sketches for an animation that we're doing for a trailer. in the past, I've kind of done these like streaks over this. I don't know if I still want to do those. No worries. Yeah, that demo's pretty old. That's from like 2020. So it's certainly not as polished as what we're working on now. It's like, it's kind of like night and day. It looks like a prequel to the game. Looks like I did it on like a couple generations old hardware or something like that, which is kind of accurate because I started working on it when like the Wii U was a thing. And now it's like, by the time this game comes out, it'll be a Switch 2. Not that that has any bearing on what I could have made because it's a pixel art game, but still. Open season. I don't think I know open season. Now, is this, if I take this, accurate? Yeah, I think so. Sometimes I draw it a little bigger than that. Might go a hair bigger. Just maybe like that much. That feels accurate. Kind of do a little trick. Oh no. Again. Yeah, that's about right. I've drawn this thing so many times. Hey, Fabio Dan, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Sub-Zero Black says, how do you feel about the fan art of your game while it's still in development? I welcome it. Yeah. Is this Affinity? No, this is it's called Leonardo. Like a completely unique drawing app. It doesn't get a lot of support anymore, but it used to get a lot, and it was made by one guy. It's really good. I like it quite a lot. It's just that it's maybe it's got like some minor bugs that only come up once every blue moon. had some files crash on me after years of it being perfect. Is there anything that I've missed? I think that's good enough for what we're doing here. I don't think I've drawn sword differently. Put this sword also in this file. That's kind of nice. It's like waist high. Yeah, that should be about right. He should be able to rest his elbow on it if he's standing. I should make a version with that. How you spell groove? I can't remember. Hey, Oni boy, welcome. Groove? Like grooving and a groove? There's the same word? Weird. My brain just like went, huh? Just for a second. Yeah, a fuller. Yeah. Fuller house. Okay. It's rust bitten. Grail, I spell it with an E. It's like a more archaic French looking way of saying it, of spelling it. And it's tarnished. And it's made. Hey, Forbrill, welcome. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. One sec, pals, be right back. I'm just gonna pass this on to somebody. Okay. So, what's left? Gonna do. It's now 2:11. Wow, that was longer than I expected. Like here now. So I'm not gonna spend Harriet boss fight refactors. That's gonna take ages. It's gonna take me at least now. Get that till back to the stuff. All right. So boss fight refactor. Hey, Sailor O'Malley, I'm working on a boss fight refactor. Boss fight refactor. So what that means is I've got a boss fight that has been in the game since 2018. And that boss fight no longer represents the game anymore. It's just like, it doesn't, the moves, the things that it tests you on, they're not really like right. Now, the first thing that's kind of like wrong with this is, well, yeah, so much has changed about what the game is and what the mechanics are. That it's not really representative anymore. Also, she's really poorly written. That's another issue. So she's got this giant monolith script, which as a boss fight, maybe that's normal. Maybe that's okay. It's kind of playable. It kind of breaks as well. Yeah, it's a challenge here. I would like to build her to work with the rest of the game. I would like for that to happen. In terms of like her structure as an enemy should be the same as how the other enemies in the game are built. The problem with it is, it's such a script is just so massive that like, and it's so poorly written that it's a bit spaghetti. So I either just like push ahead or I refactor it right now. Let's have a look at the script and we'll make a judgment. That's Harriet boss, and this is Harriet, my boss. All right, I need a second. Oh. Oh, Harriet boss is basically nothing. It's super empty. Harriet is the actual boss fight. Hey, Darth Blackman, welcome. So let's see if we can start like breaking down, like tagging it, describing like what it is. So this is the bookcases here. This is 5 different orders that the bookcases can fall in. Hard coding this is fine. It's not a huge problem because it's only going to happen once in the game. So I'm not super against this. It just probably shouldn't live in this script. I actually had, at one point in the game, she would throw books at you and she would say, as she was throwing the books, she would read them. They should say like, liberal arts for dummies. I could have told you that. And then throws the book at you. Or like underwater basket weaving. This was 2017 I wrote this, so it's a little bit, you know, sticky. Hitchhiker's Guide to Lordran. Ha ha ha. I'm so funny. What is even a Super Nintendo setup manual? Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. Sonnets and chuckles. Sonnets for hedgehogs. Oh, that's not bad. That one's not bad. Sonnets for hedgehog. Sonnets and chuckle. Jesus. Beginner's literacy. Why is this 600? Like this one I would get rid of. Like that was super funny in 2017. It's not funny anymore. Unless you are specifically into Rick and Morty. The Elder Scrolls. It's just the Elder Scrolls. All right. Anyway, so read files on your computer. That would be very Metal Gear Solid. So, the state machine here, I'm sure, is okay. Enemies in play. That's interesting. And then these are all the different states. So I could take these and split them out. That's not too complicated. And then set state. I mean, it's just a differently built state machine. Ultimately, like, if I press play and it works, should I really have to... Like here, she can spawn enemies. Stomp. Can attack us. Down. She can go into state 2. Taking away some of it. This is broken. That move. I just sort of out. Oof. This ends the fight. So that's set up. You know, it's not perfect. And I gave her way less HP. But like, that's sort of the fight, basically. The second phase is broken. Because you can't parry the arrow. Might rebuild that. But yeah, like I said, like, do I really go through? It's a huge script. It's not huge. 1,000 lines is not. It's not the worst. Is there music for this yet? It's being written as we speak. Oh, thanks, Ruffy. It could be like, if I did it today, it would be so much better. If I started it from scratch, from concept today, it would be so good. It's passable as it is. For a first boss fight, it's okay. I like the wall jumping. That's my favorite part. There are issues all over the place. Little things here and there. Just don't know if it's worth it. Well, yeah, like the whole game is built around parrying, but arrows specifically as a thing that you parry is not quite right. Instead, what it should be, let's do some concepting here. Or not, you know, let's do some demonstration. What I think it should be is she throws her quill at you, and the quill has like an element coming off of it. In this case, like fire. Wrong way. And then because it's a red, like it'll be all red with a red outline on it. And because it's red, you'll be able to use your back step parry to parry it. Parry Harriet. That's the idea. So you'll capture a red ensign off of it. And then you'll have the charge attack. The only thing is... No, she doesn't need to. You can just love it. The only thing is... I haven't taught the player to do this. I haven't taught the player that they are able to parry things specifically to get ensign ability. Not yet, anyway. I've only taught them that they can attack things in different directions, like down attack on the dandelion vine. So what that means is, like, this move, like, maybe it's just a move you have to roll out of the way of, or maybe I make this get stuck at one point, like in a bookshelf. Like if you dodge roll past it, it goes and it gets like caught, and then you run up to it and you attack it, and then or you can parry it still. Like you can still parry it, but it's not going to like require you to do that if you don't know how to. Hey, Chaos Drive. I mean, I've been streaming Twitch for years and years, and I've been streaming on YouTube for like, I don't know, 6 weeks total in my life. And YouTube has always been an issue because I get people unsubbing from my YouTube channel when I stream on YouTube. So, which is better for streaming, but it remains to be seen whether YouTube can be viable. Still figuring it out. It'd be different for different creators. For me, I get unsubs, but that's okay. I'm not doing a second channel. I feel like that's madness because no one will know where it is. It would be pointless, I think, to start a second channel. That's how I feel about it. No, because like, why would I? For what benefit? You know what I mean? Like, I would split my audience in two. If you sub to the main channel, you wouldn't even know the second channel existed. Unless you go to my like profile and look for the extra links. I think Sub-Zero Black is right. I think it's worth it, but you've got to accept that some people don't want to see streams. That's YouTube's problem. YouTube can figure it out, but I'm not splitting my channel. I don't think that's right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should be splitting it, but it doesn't feel right. Like imagine having like a Twitch stream, a YouTube channel, and then a second YouTube channel. How could I say how big my audience was? It would be harder and harder to tell. Anyway. So this is something that I'm thinking of. I could also just make it so that the enemies, she throws books at you and the books are colored and the books have the ensigns in them. That's also very possible. That's kind of the point of a second channel for that sort of thing. It would be weird to have streams on your main because that's not the content people are used to on there. Yeah, but me, Adam, I don't... My priority is my game and promoting the game. That's the most important thing to me. My future as a game developer. I won't be able to make content on YouTube if I'm not making games. Or at least the kind of content that I want to make on YouTube is built around the fact that I'm working on my game and I'm learning things about it and I'm sharing them with you. A second channel, if it was separate content, if it was a gaming channel, I would do it. If it was like, this is where I go to like blow off steam and it's just extra content to do with like my life. Like if it was like life vlogs of me cooking or something, fine, second channel. But this is like the same audience, the same content. It's just a different format. But the subject matter is the same, or at least I would hope that people saw it as the same. Like it's still me talking to the camera in the same fashion about the same subject material. Slightly different, but you know. The thing is, like, even the idea that my YouTube channel is just tutorials, even that is false. Like that's not even true. So if that's the perception, like maybe people find it from my tutorials, but if you actually look at the channel, it's tutorials, it's essays, it is vlogs of the game, you know? Like I do make other content than just the Sprite tutorial. Time lapses, you know? Different things. So for me, I would prefer to diversify my audience than to split it up. Or convince people who watch my pixel art videos to get in it, to take an interest in my other content. How many people are working on this game? At the moment, 6. Used to be 1 until like 6 months ago. So when will it finish? We have to get funding first for this year and then the next couple. And I can tell you a release date. So yeah, I just don't know if that's the strategy that I want. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Like Twitch is my second channel streaming, you know what I mean? And maybe it should stay there, but I don't know. I like streaming on YouTube too. It's fun to have 2 like extra audience members. Otherwise, like, and actually the reason why I'm streaming on YouTube is because people from YouTube say that they can't watch me on Twitch or that they're not interested in watching me there. So it's like I was streaming on a second channel. That's the Twitch channel. You know what I mean? It's just the question of like, where does the YouTube content belong? Yeah, I've seen Inbound Shovel's work. I've seen a lot of his shorts. They're really good. For me personally, I have an issue with that kind of content. Not with the content itself, but with me committing the time and energy to make that content. For me, Inbound Shovel's content is very surface level and very much like advertorial. That makes sense. You know, it's very like, here's like how you can do something really easy. Also check out my game. And the thing that he's describing is, it's so simplified down into the most bare bones explanation of the thing that it's kind of more like game dev trivia than anything. Now, there's nothing wrong with that content. That's really cool. I actually like watching his shorts. But for me to commit time to making content like that, I don't think I could have the rest of my content. I couldn't stream and do proper YouTube videos and those shorts. I wouldn't, and be a game dev. It's just not possible. Like, you don't know how long those shorts take to make. It's like a couple hours to 3 hours per short. Hey Saltgrass, thank you so much for the sub. Can we get a link to the alpha? The alpha is not. It's around. If you're interested, I mean, it's. You can do that. You check it out. It's kind of like the alpha. We add and remove things all the time, so I don't even know if that's got the full story in it at the moment. Thank you, Isprint. All right. Let's do some more of this stuff. This is Stardew Valley. Yep. So somebody said, is today a good day for a game review? Yes, Mr. Mard. Today's a good day. We'll do it today. I promised that we would. Did you were the one asking last week, right? All right. So the question is, do I like this? I think so. I think this is what needs to happen. Yeah. It's just like making that content that he makes. It's not trivial. Like you have to put a lot of energy into it. Maybe he's got a good content pipeline that lets him do it quickly. But like for me, that's like weekends of my life dedicated to making shorts that don't really represent what I'm interested in doing, but just reach people better. I think if I was just focusing on, if I had like a second person, like my wife, for example, if she started working for me, we would do them for sure. Because she'd be able to do the editing and stuff. But like, I can't. Yeah. I'm at my limit. All right. So let's just go back for a sec. Sorry, pals. I'm a little bit overloaded here mentally, answering all your questions at the same time. Really hard to build this out. In a way that's shorter than 1,000 words, but also allows me to could make these all in classes. That would help me use the state system. But even then, what does that really give me? Yeah, Pirate Software Shorts, even those, like, maybe, you know, it's just not my... It's just not my... I'm focused on, like, the game right now. You know what I mean? That's what I need to focus on. And I can stream because it helps me work on the game. But just promo content on TikTok and whatever, it's like hard to justify it. Like if I had like, you know, if I was triplets, we could do everything. What kind of variables? I mean, hash indices are okay for what specific things, but needs more context. Yeah, I think we could shorten sort of this stuff. $169. There's no way that's... There's no way. It's got to be 16. I don't have a release date, Gaming Insights. Sorry. Okay. I really don't have her animation. That long. Gosh, there's so many of them. Don't like that. I don't like rubbery sheet. I don't think we have time. No, it's the boss of the demo. What kind of marketing are you comfortable with doing? You seem too nice, humble to do aggressive marketing. I'm the kind of person who I will market my game to players if I think the game is ready for players to see. Trailer, you know, even TikTok stuff. Like if I'm putting a trailer out, I'll put it out everywhere. If I'm doing vlogs, you know, that's marketing. The point is to be honest about it. Like, I just want people to be interested in the game for what it is, you know? I'm not gonna lie to you about what's in it. It's not even like, if that's in response to like what's the name? The shorts that we were talking about earlier. It's not even that I don't think, I'm okay with doing shorts marketing the game. I think that's fine. Like, you know, if I'm going to do like little flyovers of the levels or stuff like that, like that's all good. It's just what I have energy for versus what I need to focus on as the director right now. Like, yeah, I did more of it when I was earlier on. It's that for me, like, yeah, it's just about priorities right now. I don't need, yeah, I don't know. That's basically it, just priorities. All right, I'm feeling like I can't do this today, this specific exercise. I'm not enjoying where I'm at. It's too hard to jump in and just, I'm not going to sit here and cut this up, this script. It doesn't feel worth it. Because it would require so much work for me to get in here and do stuff. I can tweak this, that's no problem. But rewriting it from scratch doesn't seem worth it. And if it survived one attempt at me rewriting it here, then it could probably survive second. Yeah. Look, I think you gotta hustle. You gotta do it. Every game's different. Every game's got a different... Every game has different things that it can do, you know? Things that you can use to different marketable aspects. So you got to know your game. Okay. The other day, we were doing tests on Armin's ability to do specific breakpoints in the game. So like, what can you jump over? What can you jump with a jump extension? What can you use specific abilities to get past? And I nerfed Armin's, I nerfed a lot of the abilities and I buffed Armin's jump. That I need to see if, I guess you can't. which is good. Yeah. You can't do that. It's so close though. Oh man. But you can't do it. And you can do this. You can do that. So as long as you can do that, it's fine. That's the point. Can't do that, but you probably could do this if you... That's for later in the game. Hey, hello guys, this is Unity. I've got other ones down here for like upwards jumping. That. This. You do it the other way. You can. Yep. All right. So I want to test something. I want to have Harriet's abilities. No, I'm looking at my monitor preview. I'm seeing it there and there. Sometimes when I'm playtesting the game, because I wouldn't sit this close normally to the game, because it's a little close. It's not bad today, but if I look over to my left, I get like a better, I don't know, better frame of reference sometimes. I don't know why I do that. Like, I guess if I was sitting here, I'd play it from like back here. But because I'm so close, it's too close for this game. But I'm still working on the game. So it's like, if I look to my left, it's a smaller preview. I can see the game at a size that makes more sense for how close I'm sitting to them. Okay. I'm struggling. This hour is not... So I want to build a quill, but like a version 2 of it that can follow you around. I think that would be better. All right, let's do it this way. Close this. Get quill. Right now, this is all hard-coded, and I'm getting rid of that. It was just a mistake to do it. I was pretty sure I had. I did it a certain way. Okay. Well, let's do it from scratch then. What? So messy. So my idea here is that what I'll have it do is pivot around a point like this, or even like this. And I'll do versions of it. I mean, maybe we don't even need to do versions. Maybe we just literally do it like this. Edit the horizontal. It probably will need to be bigger than what it is. But let's just go with this for now. Say, okay, that's the quill. We can even go, quills usually have metal tips. Well, might do a little. Not sure if it's even. It might need to be a lot bigger. Let's call it barrier object. Save it where it needs to go. New computer. Lots of unpointed bolt references. So where do we go? Assets. Right. Not enemy. Character. One. Boss. Other. Okay. Hey, Mike. How's it going? Nah, this thing's going to be moving way too fast for it to matter. For it to need to animate the back. Well, we'll see. I don't actually know. That's why we're going to put it in the game. Not big. Probably be bigger. Just because it's an object in the game. Oh, good. I guess it's not being billboarded. All right, well, let's remove that. What is... All right. So we need this thing to, I want it to face the way it's being moved. And I want it to determine how it's being moved procedurally. So weighted average velocity is what we want. And this will be potentially frame dependent. I need to be careful of that. If I use delta time, it'll be okay. So let's figure out, we have our position every frame. Well, I'm going to move it around in the editor, and then I'm going to attach a spline to it or something like that later. This is more about getting the appearance, behavior, the way that I want it to, because ultimately it's just going to be a point that's moving around in space. So I care actually a bit less about its behavior right now. I care more about the strategy of getting the VFX to work. I know that seems a bit backwards, but I've already validated that I can get the mechanics to work the way that I want them to. I believe. So, a bit hard actually. So straightforward. Figure it out. So, be enough on its own. Not quite. Adds. I want to reduce. My brain's not working today. I don't know why I can't do that. I forget how to do it. Like, I think I can do this. Call this samples. I think that's better. Is samples -1, so 99 out of, yeah, and then we're adding this, which should be 1 out of 100. So that's actually going to work, I think. Okay. Look at it slowly drifting downwards. Good, I guess. It's just it is working. Super duper sensitive. So let's make it 10. I wonder if we don't need delta time. There we go. The only thing is now I would like to have the sprites pivot. Be like here. Wait a second. How is that possible? I moved the pivot. Did it not apply? I wonder if that's weird. Because I can give it like variations. And I can also make it cross over itself. It looks pretty good in motion. I guess I could give it like a bone animation. All right, so we're going to do particles next. Right? Pew. Get some decay on these boys. I did. I heard about being cancelled. Hey, Nefemi Bosun, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Cody. Just stuff. Don't worry too much about it. That's the only problem, is that their speed seems to... It seems to update their speed in a way that I didn't expect. Emit parameters. Normalized. Time speed. Weird. Over time.delta time. I don't know. I guess I can't use this right. Negative inherit? That would make it... I guess go backwards? I don't know what that would do. Alright. So... Man, I must be really tired though. Make sure these get sorted behind it. Should I, as in you asking if I should use the line renderer? Or if I am using it? I guess I should just not inherit the velocity at all. Just like the idea. That's the problem there. It's spiky if it's not getting it right. Might as well just not inherit. You get perfect ones anyway, this way. It is particles. So the other thing we can do is we can affect this. See if that does. Better way of doing it. This. This. Wait, what was the switch case? Switch input button. Ah. Hey, Whiskey Tango. How's it going? I guess I could still switch the input. Thanks, Whiskey. It's good to hear, Whiskey. Thank you. Hey, big thanks to Drusy and the Reconson for the follows on Twitch. Thank you so much. I might need a caffeine. I'll be back in a sec. Let's take a break. All right. I think I'm like on the verge of burnout, actually. Hey. Starting to notice details. I think it's like I was working all weekend, like all day yesterday. I haven't left the house in like 72 hours. So it might be that I'm putting too much How's that? Sorry. I might have muted it. Yeah, I think I've been working too hard. I think I'm like right on the verge of burnout. And I didn't mean to get myself, but I might be here. I'm just gonna rest just for a sec. I'm gonna sit here. Heck. Shoulders. Feel the brain fog in my eyeballs. Then we'll come back and we'll... Oh, man. I do know the sign. Yeah, it's been like I said, it's been, I don't know if it's been like 7. And I worked for like 13 hours yesterday, I think. Maybe not 13, maybe it was 12. And that was Sunday. Holy. I think I just got no more gas in the tank. Is it cutting me out? Sorry, pals. Sorry, I'm leaning away from the mic while I'm talking. Yeah, no, I'll get a second wind in a bit. I'm not gonna log off. It'll come to me. Yeah, I worked from like 9. No, it wasn't 13. That's not right. I worked from like 12 till like it wasn't even. I'm wrong. It wasn't right. It was like 10 hours. It wasn't 13. Because I went to bed at 11 and I started work around 12. I just gotta like let my brain catch up, have a bit of caffeine. Then I'm gonna go out later after the stream. I'll end the stream at 6 and I'll go. Okie dokie. Yeah, it was a long day. But it's all good. I just got myself into like a mental stress state in the last like 40 minutes of before I went for a break. I think I was just getting a bit overwhelmed by chat and the questions that were coming in, and I was feeling under pressure to do my work. And I started stressing out, and that just like pushed me into like to realize the fatigue that I was feeling. But resting like this and like walking away and taking a break is like I don't need to like go straight to bed. Like I'm okay. I just needed to like not be in panic, fight or flight response. I feel like I'm okay. All right. Yay. I almost feel like the trail particles take away from how smooth you made the projectile movement in the first place. Well, you mean the white trail or the flame, like the particles themselves, all the different colors? Yeah. I probably am going to take it away. I was going to do specifically particles that were more like feathery golden or something like that. I agree that it actually isn't necessary at all. But right now it just doesn't look right to me. Something's wrong about it. Hey, Emo 6 Siege. This is Unity. Pretty good. I like it. Definitely better in terms of where they're emitting from. It's just when it's not emitting any particles, it just looks like a feather. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't look like it's got a natural anything. But I think if I bring the particles back, think about getting the color right and all that kind of stuff. I feel like it will help. Yeah, I'm going to give it my own movement pattern. It's going to move, like it's going to have a hitbox on it and it's going to hit the player. I kind of like the way that it's folding over itself as it rotates, but I think there's something not quite right about it. I think it's doing like a pivot, like a full flip right around a certain point. I mean, right now it looks like it's billboarding quite naturally. But then here it looks way off. It's a particle system. Hey, Daskimon. Yeah, like why is it that when I look at it here, that's all nice and even, but in the game renderer, it's all whack. I mean, change the billboarding setting. That's about it, I think. Noise variable. Although that does do something. I mean, there's something kind of cool about it. The way it's sputtering like that, but What? Why is it backwards? Doesn't make it. But even if they are being rotated in 3D space, I don't see that when I look at this in 3D space. Like looking at this, right? Let's look at when we see a big diamond shot. It's not there. It's only. See that? That's not what this looks like. So depending on which camera we're looking at, it either billboards or it doesn't. I'm not sure why that's the case. You can make it full. Double slit experiment. That Kip Boga. I turn the trails off and I bring this back in. Get this. And we could like max out the emission that it's like that. So not that value. Bees. Thanks, Maddox. I thought maybe I could do noise over lifetime. That would have been nice. This is where I sometimes wonder if I should be doing VFX graph. Because I feel like maybe you'd be able to do. I mean, this looks fine as it is. Pardon me. How's that? So now the idea would be I could turn this off and turn this on. Go to my quill and go make it do stuff. Why can't I see it? Oh well, I guess that's what it is. This would be a nice voice to sleep to. Oh, that's very kind of you. You're gonna be that way? I wonder if I could write her name. I totally could. Oh, I'm so tired, man. I don't want to do anymore. Tired. Do something else. The motivation's so low. Do a let's play for research. Well, we were gonna do maybe like Pomodoro 3. I'd like to play that and see what I think about it. I don't know if that would be a good use of my time. Not Momodoro 3. Reverie. Reverie was like a game that I was going to get. I can't believe I don't have this game. Wait a second. Why don't I just get it? I'll be back. It's actually crazy. What? Find. Wonder what happened there. My banking app very slow. I wonder if the servers are down. That'd be crazy. Oh. Heck. Need to be updated. Due to a technical issue, some cards need to be updated. That can't be right. I can't make debit purchases? Okay. Thanks, bank. I mean... Did my bank royally screw up like all of the bank cards and everyone needs a new card? Is that what I just read? That's probably wrong, but I'll just use it different. This one's my business one anyway, better for these kinds of purchases. Whoa, I've got no space on that hard drive either. Well, still want it up. Wow, it's 70 megabytes. Tiny game. Concerning strings for setting animations through a finite state machine. Couldn't find a way to research string hashing. Okay. Let's think about this for a second. You're trying to figure out which data structure to use. Hashing is specifically, this is something that I do have the energy to. Okay. You know what a hash is for? A hash is like this, right? Hash is like you have a bunch of people and imagine that this is like a PO box situation, right? Everyone's got a bunch of PO boxes and they've got their little key and they're like, hey, I need my mail. Here's my key. I'm expecting my mail. In fact, it's not even this. It's like even simpler than this. A hash is just like, hey, is my mail, it's like an ID system. Here's their little ID card. They say, hey, is my ID card in this set? And the storage says, yes, it is in the set, or if my ID card is this one, nope, not in the set. That's all a hash is. It's literally just, if you give it an object, it can tell you if it has that object inside of it. That's it. You would do it, like I have a hash for my attacks in my game, and I want to ban attacks. So like there's a system where it's like you can't use the same attack twice in one combo. So the hash starts with all of the moves in it, and then every time you use an attack, it takes that off the hash. So you can't use it again. And then it checks the hash if you decide to use it. That would be like one way of doing it. You could do the opposite too. You could say like, add it to the hash if you're not allowed to use it. So it's really just a record of stuff that you've said that you either want to be or not to be in a collection. And you care about whether the collection has that in it. Now, if you're talking about strings for setting animations through an FSM, I mean, you might want a dictionary, which is like a kind of a hash set. So the analogy here becomes the mail thing works much better this way, where you say, hey, here's my key. My key opens up a specific thing. For every key, there is a value. So you could say, well, when I write this string, I get this animation. You can do that. So you pass in the string, you get an animation out. You could do that. Or animation state, maybe. Maybe it's the state by string. You know, you could do that too. But I guess it just depends on like the context where you're asking these things, like what information you have available and what you're trying to do. I use dictionaries a lot. I use them for like GUID. I'll store the GUID of something somewhere, and then later at runtime, I'll get the thing that it relates to. So it's like, I might have a GUID for like a specific item. And that GUID is stored somewhere that I can store a string, but I can't store an Insignia item. But if I need the item at any time, I can just go to this little library and say, hey, I've got this GUID. This is for an item, right? And it's like, oh yeah, here's the item that you meant to store with that GUID. And then that way, this can always retrieve that as long as I have it there. But yeah, without a more specific example, I can't really tell you how to use them. Okay. Who are we? We were going to play Momodora. Shall we? Let's call it research. This is like a game that's not the first in a series. This is like the fourth game in a series. So we might be a little behind. I don't know the franchise. I'd like to have a controller while I play. I'll play it with my... We'll try it with both, maybe. Right ear is enjoying. Jump ASD. UWE. Oh, okay. So it's like mine, but shifted up one key. Okay. Pixel perfect parallaxing. That's my. Feels pretty similar to Insignia. Double jump. There was a time when Insignia was this straightforward. I don't know how I feel about it now. It's become so big. It's so funny. All of the same innovations. Like simplifying the many colors, make them more easy to animate. It stops crazy. Wait, it's not based on animation state? Oh. You just touch them, you take damage. Particles are nice. Oh, okay. Very Zelda. Beautiful. Oh. Really cute. Where do I get health? Wait, did I just... got health? Oh, I used up all my stuff. Hey, I do this in my game sometimes. I'm going to anyway. Pretty good. It's definitely cute. feel like Insignia has, I've pushed past this so far. Like, I don't know why I don't know why I did it, but the game is so ambitious compared to, maybe I can simplify it. I really want to do a jump attack. Like a downward jump attack style. What? That wasn't very good. Okay. Okay. Oh, I pressed the button. It doesn't have an input buffer. I like the way she holds her hand down when he. That's cool. Yeah, I'd love to be able to. Hi, friend. Crazy how I'm pressing the wrong. I'm expecting roll to be what I would use, like in Insignia. I'm expecting that to be the roll. It's pretty satisfying though. It does feel good. Like a lot of it's good. Little particles on jumping. It's nice. It's not his wind up that's wrong. It's the telegraph before the attack frames come down. It's the follow through. Like it's the frame just before the hitbox comes out. It should be better. Because he doesn't have them. He just goes straight into the attack end frame. Hard landing. That's what I would have done. Yeah. Good. It's a good game. Like it's well made. Ah, I should have done that. Oh, now I'm locked. I feel like I could make this in a year. I feel like I could do it. I don't know why I chose to make my game so big. I wonder if like that's a thing I should consider. Like just making a smaller Insignia. Okay. Sorry. like literally just taking the game that I have, just taking Insignia as it is right now, and then just making it like a Metroidvania. It's like really like what's the word? And that interaction just leaves a little. Oh, I mean, Insignia's got like so much already. I'd probably. I don't think I would go back on it. I don't think I would. But I mean, like, as a side. As like a side. I feel like, you know, if I wanted to do. Let's say Insignia couldn't get funding. Right? Let's say I literally couldn't get it funded. I might do like a sequel or something that's simpler, just is less of a game. Like less, I don't know what the word is. Less, am I missing a mechanic? Yeah, like maybe just less plot, more like core Metroidvania, you know? Simpler art style, simpler backgrounds and stuff. Just keep the player controller, keep all the most of the mechanics and stuff. There's gotta be a thing here that I'm missing. Damn it, I keep pressing it. I've pressed it so many times. Oh. Wow. Really? Just like that, huh? I haven't played Flynn, but I'm aware of it. Really? Just one hit like that? That's crazy. I feel like I need to hit that thing so bad. It's not like, it doesn't feel that good to do. It doesn't feel that good. It's so pretty, and I love the cohesion of the art style and stuff. But like, what is this boss fight? Like, what? How was I gonna stop that from happening? What am I supposed to do? Go through that? Like, just why? Why does that have to take all my health? I can't get past it. You can't roll past the body. At least I can't. It's just a bit strange, like, because the strategy that it seems like I'm supposed to do is just literally do this. Which is, you know, if it's just jump attack over and over again, and then don't get hit. Okay. But not that. Stay out of the way. So like stuck on Insignia's inputs. It's so hard for me to do anything with intention. Be reversing. I'm trying to. I think I got it. As long as I don't get this. I mean. I get something. That's cool. Oh, it's sands. Cool. Oh, just like that. And now it's Bloodborne. Oh no, now it's sand. I want the Ring of Candor. I did it again. So cool though. All of the like the visuals are so they're very evocative. I really feel it's such an efficient game visually. You know, I knew there was going to be an enemy in that. Hey, that's sick. The Ring of Candor is a scam? Does it make me talk? What does it even do? That's the most dark sense. The fog door. give me full health when I get the vitality fragment? Oh wait, is it just one? The vitality fragment is only one. I don't know what the word. One aspect of getting more HP. Like I need multiple vitality fragments and boost. What did I get boost? It's like there's so little visual feedback that I have, that I'm about to die. And the amount of like damage you take from things is so much that, like, I just kind of forget that I don't have much health left. And that hits that the hit frame is so good. Smear on the arrow, it's great. Does feel good to do the really, really good feel. Very cool. So cool. I think I'm going to end it here. I think I'm done. Wait, how do I? Wow. Man, Insignia is such a different beast. It's just different. It's just the game that I would have made rather than that game. And I like what I'm making for sure. Like, I'm happy about what Insignia is. But I do sort of, I look at it now with these eyes and I think, wow, I'm making something that's such an entirely different thing. It's such a different beast. No, that was a game that came out before I even started working on it. That was Momodora 4. The differences, honestly, have the most to do with the platforming and how the combat relates to it. Insignia has become such a platform. In addition to having, like, very deep combat by comparison. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a different thing. Like, oh man, you know, it's one of those things where like I am a victim of like comparison. That's my problem. Is I spent a lot of time comparing myself to other games and not the games that I should have. Momodora was made by one person. I probably could have made Momodora alone. I probably could have made Insignia alone if it was like Momodora. Like the level of art fidelity, minimizing it down and making it more streamlined and stylized. I could have done that, and that would have been really nice. And I could have kept a lot of what I'm doing here, but just had it been more efficient to make. The Momodora dev, I think they're doing something amazing that's worth. I feel like what they're doing falls into a category that's really viable for them, and probably a better strategy for me if I had been like smart enough to know how to make a game like that limited. Now, I like what Insignia is, of course. But it just goes to show like how much more simple it could have been. Maybe like, yeah, if Insignia like really falls apart, like in terms of if I really can't get a publisher, I'll just crowdfund it and make it myself. Or I'll do like a simpler game starring Armin that's like a third of the size or a quarter of the size, and I'll do it in like a year by myself. It's too late now. This is the thing. Like now that I'm here, they probably take about the same time to make. Are there secret buggy movement mechanics you can traverse the world with in Insignia? The thing is, all of the secret mechanics, they're not buggy, they're intentional. So the things that you can do in this game are there on purpose. You know, they're like it's like designed to be like that. There are little things you can do. You know, you can do. So you can jump like a certain distance, but if you roll and then jump, you can do, actually, I don't know if this is still viable anymore. Rolling and jumping gives you different amount of speed than if you just jump on its own. Oh no. Ooh, that probably doesn't work, actually. Okay. I don't even think this is possible. Let's try it again. Oh. I made this before it would. I made it harder to do this on purpose recently for different reasons in other parts of the game. But now that it's like this, I'll have to change the jump back again. Oh, almost. Anyway. All right. Should play more games. So if I come back, I was doing some I was doing some pitch deck stuff earlier, and I was looking at Momodora. I feel like I'm kind of right here in how I've assessed it. I feel like Momodora it's more action than it is. It's more action and exploration than it is story. The story is really light. In fact, it's basically barely existent. There is talking, but it's not nearly as much as Cave Story. The thing is, if you look at like Owlboy versus Momodora, like this was made by one person, made 2.7 million. This is made by like 3 or 4 people, made 4.6 million. You know what I mean? This is made by one person, 1.6. So this, even though it's not as whatever, it made more money than this game, and this, well, per person, than these two. just has a different vibe going about it, you know? Yes, Iconoclast was made by one person. As far as I know. I don't know how true that is, but as far as I understand, it's made by one person. Joachim Sandberg. Okay, so coming back to what we were doing, I should 4:56 right now. Man, time flies. It's crazy. All the way down here already. A better door appearing. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. Let's do that right now. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hey, can I ask you a question? What do you think of this slide? Tell me what you think about it. Tell me if it makes sense to you, if you agree with it, if you understand what I'm even trying to say in it. Just have a look at it and tell me what you think. This is called Figma, this application. So does that make sense to everybody? Like, does this distribution make sense? The different genres, the different games in those genres, and then what's inside of the middle and why it's in the middle, what that means for it to be in the middle. I don't want to say it. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much covert. Words inside the diagram are difficult to read. Yeah, well, they're not supposed to be particularly important. It's really these ones that are important. Yeah, Animal Well is Metroid Brainia, which is where this little... It's the dots are the genres. I didn't want to put the genres in the diagram. The dots are genre dot, like points in the space that we attribute to different genres. So yeah. Basically, it's like this. The way that I intend for it to be interpreted is there are different kinds of like values, like things that you do in games. So like Metroidvania is a genre that doesn't have a lot of plot, but it typically has a lot of action and exploration. Metroid Brainia has usually less action and more about puzzles and exploring the space, so it's less action specific. Point and click adventures have no action typically. They're mostly exploration and plot. Visual novels are more plot, usually again less exploration. JRPGs are very plot heavy. there is often exploration in them. Cinematic action games like Katana Zero are very action and very plot heavy, not as much exploration. Beat 'em ups, again, they're more action than that. There's probably less plot going on, but you're doing a lot of fighting. And then core platformers, they're straight action. There's like, you know, Meat Boy is just levels. In the middle, you've got action adventure, where you've got a plot, you've got cutscenes, you've got, you know, dialogue, you've got characters, you've got a little bit of exploration. You know, there's different ways to build your, you know, different upgrades to get and secrets to explore. And there are action and platforming and combat mechanics that you're doing all three. So these games are the games that are most like Insignia, I think. At least in terms of what it's trying to do. Momodora might not even be... Like, I've been considering swapping Momodora for Blasphemous. In truth, Metroidvania, if I was to do a really honest go at this graph, I would put Metroidvania probably right in here. I think Metroidvania is a subset of action adventure. It's just a bit easier for me to make the graph make sense if I don't have the colored dots inside of the white space. Because something like Symphony of the Night has a lot of dialogue, you know? Cool. And then the point of this is to say, hey, these are those games that live in that space. These are the games that I am comparing my game to. And this is kind of how those games do in the market, basically. And just for reference, they're split between action, exploration. So yeah. So it's also worth saying, like, hey, like other games that are action adventure that aren't necessarily pixel art or aren't necessarily exactly like Insignia, they can be, you know, we can gauge them by this as well, same metric, and we can look at how successful they've been too. Like Nine Souls is I think it's a pretty classic Metroidvania. That did really, really well. You know, same with like Ori is more of a platformer. Blasphemous, again, Metroidvania. You know, Hollow Knight. Like these games are similar to Insignia, but they aren't doing what Insignia is doing, which is, and I probably should have had it. I don't know if it's going to be on that slide or the next, but Insignia is really like dead in the middle. You know? The fact that like 1 minute you're talking to the different characters and you're walking around town, the next minute you're running through you know, running through explorable terrain and you're fighting enemies. The next minute you're watching a cutscene. Next minute you're exploring off the beaten path. It's like you're doing all of it, and it's not a game where you just talk to one NPC and then go through the level. You know, there are NPCs in the levels. So yeah, yo, I'm gonna work on these doors really quickly. I just wanted to get your feedback on that. Does everyone, if that was like comprehensible, then I've done a decent enough job. The point behind me doing this is really because I'm trying to explain, like, some of these games, I didn't put it in here, but I was considering it. These games have like 8 to 10 year dev cycles, a lot of them. You know, it's not, my game taking 8+ years is not abnormal for this kind of game in this kind of genre. Hey Deckard, that's good feedback. You mean like have this also be there? Yeah, maybe I could do the first letter. Maybe I could do that M. And I could probably afford to take all of these away. The italics. And I could just take this yellow M, that over here. Does that make more sense? Hey, Sub-Zero. I like that idea. I want to put sprites in here. Maybe. Here and there. Hey, Gruntled. Yeah. Well, I wanted to put examples of like those genres. So like in a way it does correspond kind of one-to-one, but not, it's like at least one-to-one. You think the dots make more sense next to the words? Give the games smaller dots that are gray. The location of them on the scale is clear too. Yeah, that would be cool. Or even give like, literally just do this. Actually do that. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe I shouldn't do the letters at all. Maybe I don't need to do that. No. A mistake. Hang on. I locked a layer and now I can't find where it was. Like maybe it's okay for them to just be around the outside. No, it's not interactive. I liked the dots. It's just hard to get it right. I feel like it makes sense. Icons would probably be right. Yeah, this is for the pitch deck, yeah. I'm just gonna leave it here. I think it may be a little unclear. I could draw lines, you know. I just don't want it to be too like, I don't want to draw a line from the word beat 'em up to the circle. I feel like it is clear. I don't know. We could just make sure that there's exactly one per thing. Like maybe we just do that. Maybe that's just more straightforward at that point. But then Celeste being a cinematic platformer, it's like... The problem is, yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it the way it was. I don't want it. It doesn't need to be perfect. I think people get it. But I might simplify. It's just that like there's no genre called like that Celeste is, because Celeste is a core platformer. It just happens to have plot, you know? It just happens to be modern. It's got cutscenes, it's got dialogue, but it's not that different from Meat Boy. It's just got higher production values. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like, you can chew on it. It doesn't need to be like click, 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 go straight through. Maybe there's like a simpler thing I can do to like, I just have less to digest. I might do a simpler version later where I just do like, maybe like 6 games around the outside. Yeah, it's aesthetic. That's nice. All right. I gotta do some stuff. I gotta do some work now. Let me do this stuff. Okay, so the doors in my game: neutral, west, east, custom, off, appearance. I need for the appearances to only show appearances that map to the kind of door that it is. This is collection.doors.select to array, and then collection, door appearance collection. This is just a number of... The class is a scriptable object with a game object array of doors. But it needs to be by... It needs to be a... Jesus Christ. A serializable dictionary of doors by direction. Where do I use serializable dictionary? Okay. And then here. I had that wrong. Wait, no, that's keys, not... This is wrong. It should be directions as lists, probably. Maybe? Yeah. Doing something wrong here. Okay. Eh? Well, that's not going to go well, is it? What do you recommend to use for Unity, Visual Studio Code? Oh, for Unity. Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio? I use Code because it's simple for me. I just like it. It's cleaner, but neither is wrong. Okay. Let's just ignore this for now. So what's going on here? This is collection is not null then. Appearance index is -1. Container door transform appearance or appearance index equals to list find index. This is now option. list on your next. Else, go through all this stuff. Appearance index equal. I think this has to be option. I think that's right. The only thing is, where the pop-up gets this, and that's based on the direction that we've chosen. That's the only time we actually do anything. And when we set door appearance, it's just going to add it to the... Yes, it's fine. All right, well, that might break like all kinds of stuff, but we'll see what happens. So now we've got north, south, east, west. Lock this. We've got all of our doors. So, Crucible Z door. Foothills door is a... Hills door deeper is a... Forest door is a side door. Forest rock door is a side door. North elevator door. North door, south elevator. Okay. Now, come over to this door here. Unlock this. Hey, I want to go west. Ah, good. It only showed the options that I've got. So instead, I'm going to say neutral, and I'm going to pick a Crucible Z door. That's the only option I have. Very good. Much better. So this is west is where we're trying to go, and we want to go foot. Perfect. Cool. Can you dodge to skip the hard fall? Good question. I can check if you want. Now, this has no references, so we can get rid of it. Hey, Fariha. Thank you so much for the raid. That's a huge raid. Welcome, everyone. Hi. What is this giant? Is it a narwhal? Is it a narwhal breaching water? It's so cool. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm just working on my Unity game. Oh, it's a spider. Oh, I see. That makes sense too. That's fine. My game is called Insignia. And this is what it looks like. I don't love spiders. I mean... Oh, I missed it. So I'm working on doors at the moment. Oh, thank you, Kitty Hime. Kitty Princess. And what I'm doing specifically with these doors is I have like a manager, and the manager script lets me pick different appearances for the doors. Because this is an east-facing door, I can pick this, or I can pick this, or I can pick this, or whatever I want. So, and the doors can be like north, south, east, or west facing. So there are different actual directions based on different appearances for each direction. Thank you so much for the follow. Avron, thank you. So, we are in a position where we need to create a few more appearances for the neutral direction. And I want to put them in this part of the level. So like, for example, I want to I want to be able to put a door just like right here. Yeah. What I need to do that is probably just drop the resolution down for a sec. 40, 60. Okie dokie. Drop that and then come. Probably just. I actually have done this work in the past. I just need to refresh what I was doing. So file, new, rock door, ace. Not that one. Stone door. Yeah, that's not bad. There we go. There's the door. Oh, well, one of my favorite movies is Princess Mononoke. So, Mononoke Hime, the Japanese title, and that's how I know. Thank you for the follow. All right, so there was a kind of door that I had a long time ago called a gate, I think, and I'd like to just find it. Oop. Yeah, here it is. Forest Gateway. Old one. Gotta find it. A bit of a party at my house at the moment. My wife has like 2 of her friends over. So if we get interrupted, their fault. So this is the gateway. It's kind of an old sprite. I'm probably inclined to just redo it. But I don't mind bringing it in anyway, just to see if we can salvage something from it. No. What else? Oh, geez. Forest. Where did I just... Forest Gateway. That's going... Yeah. File. Yes, please. And then we do this, and then we do that. And then we say forest gateway. Now we have closed open wanted. Please. Did I not export that just now? One sec. Okay. Okay. We're back. It's your second favorite. Is your first favorite Spirited Away? I feel like if Mononoke Hime is number 2, the only 2 that anyone could, especially if your name is Kitty Hime, like, it's gonna be Howl's Moving Castle or Spirited Away, right? How close am I? I have others that I like too, that I would put up there. I think. Oh, I don't like Totoro. I don't like Totoro. I don't like Ponyo. I don't like Grave of the Fireflies. That's Laputa. Oh, I can't watch that movie. That's too boring for me, that one. I really want to like Laputa. Penpol's actually right. Earthsea is let me just say something. Tales of Earthsea, it's not a good movie. It's not a good one. But something about it, there's an imperfection to it. The premise of that movie, the setup of that movie is so good. It's probably the best setup, I think, for my tastes of all of them. I like Nausicaa as well. I think, yeah, Earthsea is like such a good setup. It just falls extremely flat after Hort Town. But this is the thing. I saw Earthsea, hated the ending, but liked it so much that I wanted to read the books. So now I'm reading the books. That's how much Tales from Earthsea affected me. There's something about the very like Lawrence of Arabia sweeping epic that it does at the beginning, and the music and everything. It's like, I feel like Tales from Earthsea is the closest thing to like a Dark Souls movie in a way. It's so weird and dark. I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. Like this door, it's just this. It's just a bunch of sprites. So I literally could just say, not that I would have. Spirited Away, though, can I say something? It just doesn't grab me the same way. Like, if I had to rank... Let me just rank these, okay? Okay, Triple S has got to be Howl's Moving Castle, and where is Mononoke? What am I missing? There it is. That's S. That's Triple S, and I'm gonna get there with the others. I like Nausicaa. I like Arrietty. Cat Returns is not up there. Hustle in the Sky, not super into. We're going to get there. Grave of the Fireflies is a hard watch, man. C tier is hard watches. Haven't seen Kaguya, can't say. Kiki's Delivery Service, good one. When Marnie was there, I didn't hate it, but it's worse than these two. Totoro, it's okay, but it's not the... I mean, I don't like it more than Earthsea. Only Yesterday, that's actually a good one. That's probably close. Okay, Ponyo, it's been a while, but probably better than Marnie. Up on Poppy Hill is a good one. I would say Up on Poppy Hill is up there with those two. The Wind Rises is also up there. Maybe, I think probably even better than Kiki's. Whisper of the Heart, I like more than Totoro and more than Only Yesterday and probably more than Earthsea. And probably more than Arrietty. Spirited Away. See, for me, it's like here. With Nausicaa maybe there. Porco Rosso is down here. Yeah. I feel like that's my tier list. Like, I like... Gosh, the ads. I like all these movies a lot. Maybe Earthsea actually kind of ends up here. No, it's not a good movie. I know it's not good, but it's one of my favorites. Arrietty's probably better than Earthsea. I don't know if these were ranked on like my favorites. Yeah, dude. Up on Poppy Hill is like one of the best movies they've made. Is it third though? Okay, maybe it's not third. But I've watched it more times than Spirited Away. And I've watched Kiki's more than Spirited Away as well. This list could look like this. And it wouldn't be wrong. No. The thing about Spirited Away is, I want to tell you what I don't like about it. Spirited Away and Totoro and Ponyo do this thing that I don't like, where it's like, and also it's not here, but the most recent one, The Boy and the Heron, they all do this thing where every scene you're being told, oh, it's the blah blah blah, now you have to go and talk to this guy. That's like the whole movie. It's like, oh, it's the you never heard of this word before, but it's a noun. And now, because of this, the plot has changed. I don't like that. I feel like there's no tension when I'm just being like dragged along by plot innovations that I don't know the rules of this world. And I get that that's what Spirited Away is trying to do, because it's a carnival and it's, you know, different culture to mine. Not a carnival, a fair, a theme park. I get that, but like, I just don't like the way, especially from like Obaji to Yubaba to No Face to the paper brains, the paper things, to the deal with Zeniba, like that stuff, that whole section, the middle section of the movie, I'm just like, I like it. It's like it's a cool world, but like the way that we're moving through the world is so, I just don't have any capacity to anticipate, you know? Like it just feels like we're here and then we're here and then we're here and then we're here. And then it ends. Like it just sort of goes, you know, like the ending of the movie has there's no dramatic finish. It's just like, now guess the pigs, you know, like what? We could have done this earlier. Like, why are we doing this? Why are we ready to leave now? Do you know, like it feels like the learning about Kohaku and Chihiro and their past feels like it has no bearing. Nothing in the plot gets us there. You know, I don't feel like the tension of that ultimate point where Chihiro learns something, grows up, and, you know, whatever. She's too, as a hero, not hero is probably not too strong of a word, but if the movie is about growth, the person Chihiro is already the person. She already is innocent and pure in the way that she needs to be, and so a lot of the innovation, a lot of the things that happen, the plot beats, aren't really revolving around her. They're just things that are happening. That's all I'm saying. And because of that, it's just hard for me to feel emotionally engaged. It feels kind of fast, and then it feels slow, and then it ends. You know? Yeah, I don't like Alice in Wonderland either. I don't think that's a very good movie either. I still like Spirited Away. I even like it more than I like Nausicaa, and I think Nausicaa is a better structured film. Castle in the Sky is so slow though. It's so slow. It's so slow. It probably deserves to be up around here, if I'm being honest with it. And Grave of Fireflies is a good movie too. There aren't really any, like, Cat Returns is like C. And I liked Marnie probably better than these movies. I really like Arrietty as well, and Whisper of the Heart. Like, I would probably, they're almost A. I really like The Wind Rises. Again, fifth best is really good, considering I really like Arrietty. I really like Spirited Away, but those aspects of it aren't. Yeah. The Boy and the Heron's not in this. I can't add one. But I would put The Boy and the Heron like under Earthsea, honestly. I would put The Boy and the Heron probably here, maybe even worse than Castle in the Sky. Because it just has no structure. It's just so it insists upon itself. I didn't care for The Boy and the Heron. It insists upon itself. That's the problem. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, Earthsea. Oh, Earthsea is a major disappointment. If Earthsea was the first 45 minutes and then it ends, I put Earthsea up here. It's just that the movie's like 2 hours long, 2.5 hours long, and the back hour and a half is so bad. It's so bad. But the setup of Earthsea is like, oh, I love it. Howsman Castle and Mononoke, they're the only two movies that have like a really strong conventional adventure plot to me. Really strong, compelling drive. Yeah, Grave of the Fireflies. The problem I have with it is it's almost like hey, Elusive Evolution, thanks for the follow. It's almost like just crying porn. You know what I mean? Like, it just like it's just sad. That's all it is the whole time. It's just sad. And it's not sad for reasons that we can learn anything about as humans, other than that war is bad. Like, war is bad and terrible and ruins people's lives and destroys cultures. That we learn in the first 10 minutes, and that just gets pounded into us for the whole like 2.5 hours of the movie. And I don't know if I want to watch that. Like, I get it. I won't do a nuclear war. Like, you know what I mean? I won't do one because I've seen this movie now. Lesson learned. Like, it's so sad. And it also, like, because it's like a biography, like, characters don't do smart things. Like, the boy has money in the bank for his sister, and he gets told by the doctor that she's malnourished, and he doesn't buy groceries until like she's already terminally malnourished. He gets told weeks prior, like, go feed your sister, and he's okay. Why didn't they say sorry and go back to their aunt? Why didn't they just apologize and like live? I don't understand. This is so senseless. It's so needless that they had to die. It upsets me. I feel like I wouldn't do that. And I know they're just kids. I get it. But like, I hate how it made me feel. Kiki's is wonderful. Up on Poppy Hill, wonderful. These 4 movies are actually my favorite. Oh, and The Wind Rises. Like I would put, or if this now changes to Adam's favorite movies, now it's like in this order, and then Earthsea, if it's the first half, goes like here. If it's the first 20 minutes, it's like up here. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, these are like the movies that I like. If you ask me, hey, Adam, you want to watch a Ghibli film? My likelihood of picking that movie is kind of like in this range. This is the likelihood I will watch that movie on a Tuesday evening. With these being very likely, I'd be very happy to watch all these movies. These ones, yeah, I'll watch them if it's on. These ones, I can take it or leave it. And you would fall asleep every time. I just want to like look at the imagery. Like, look at this. It's just so cool. It's something about this like feudal era kind of world that they live in. Like, look at that. Come on. How do you like some of these images just stay with you. But yeah, this is dumb. Anyway. Metal frame. It does have a metal frame. But it's just, this is more like a placeholder. Like it's not actually going to be in the game. I'm just mapping it in there so that I have. I'm probably going to put it on the parallax layer, actually. This is the hard part about this stuff, is like, as soon as you put a door here or back there, now it gets placed in the level quite specifically. So like this should really be like all the way back there. And then like, oh, like it looks a bit weird, so you got to do funky stuff with it. You could put it in the middle. I don't know. I will do other stuff with it. This is what I was going to do. Have you ever watched the movie Look Back? No, I haven't. And what do you think of those movies made by the studio who made Your Name? Makoto Shin. You seen those movies? I can't actually even. Have I seen all of these? I don't actually know all of them. This must be Weathering with You. This is Your Name. Your Name's the. This is what's her name? Suzume. Suzume I liked, but I thought Weathering with You is better. Is this Garden of 1,000 Words or something? I don't know if I've seen any of these. I like Your Name, and this was a kind of, if this is the 1,000 word, is that what it's called? Garden of Words. Garden of Words was kind of creepy in a bit of a Japanese cultural way. Like, this isn't right. This shouldn't be this way. Why is this teacher and this student talking to each other? They shouldn't be doing this. Stop. That's how I was feeling watching that movie. You're not supposed to say that stuff. Grippers movie. Grippers. Grippers as in like, I'm gripping now? Like, is that what you mean? Grippers? like Dr. Disrespect gripping? That's gold. Thanks, Whiskey. Damn. Hey, Booyah. Your Name is good. That's a good film. Like I think objectively, a good movie. I liked Weathering with You as well. I thought it was good too. I love that movie. I'll watch it again. And honestly, I like Suzume too. I think that's a good one as well. The only thing I didn't like about Suzume is that I feel like it ended at like the hour and a bit mark and then just gave itself an excuse to keep going. Like the big moment happens and then it goes, well, anyway, we need an excuse to keep, we're not done yet. We wrote this to not be done yet. So we're not, just wait. And then like 45 minutes later, it starts climbing again. It's like, oh, okay. And it's too long before it gets to that point. You know what Suzume taught me, that movie? It taught me something that's actually really sad for me. That I hadn't really noticed in my life before. But now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it. It's that women have a different experience in the world. Like, if you are a woman, your relationship with other women can be one that is absolutely free of threat. Other women will can treat you as a complete, like, as a sister almost, without really knowing you. Because women just happen to be, I guess, less predators, or less likely to be predators than men. Like Suzume is full of instances of the character building these immediate friendships with other women, older women, girls from other towns, completely disparate parts of Japan, and having these like really wholesome experiences and meeting them and taking care of their kids or like whatever. She just gets thrust into these situations. And those situations as a boy are almost unthinkable. It doesn't make, it's unlikely at a level that almost would feel infeasible for Suzume, that movie, to play out if the character was a boy. Which is really sad. I never felt that before. Does anyone else feel that way? Is that just me? Like, not sad in like I think it's great in the movie. Like, it's not something that I feel bad about having, not the movie's fault that that's the case. I think that's an honest thing about just reality, is that like men are not safe. You don't think in those terms? But like imagine Suzume as a boy. He's like hitchhiking and then he just kind of like gets picked up by some woman. This is like in the movie, she gets picked up by some mum and then she looks after the mum's kids while the mum is a hostess at a bar for like hours, and the mum's happy to leave her alone with the kids. Like, you would never do that with a boy. You would never let a boy stay with your kids, a boy you just met. Hey Adam, can you turn on the live caption? I don't know how to do that. Is that a thing I can do? Is there a live caption option that I could turn on? I'm happy to if I can. Does anybody know if that's an option I can turn on YouTube? I'm gonna have a look at it. Let me see. It doesn't let me. Sorry, bud. Look. It's gray. I can't turn it on. Maybe. I'll have to look into it. But yeah. I think that even like even people that I know very well, I would be completely understanding if they didn't want me alone with their kids, you know? Just because like it's, you know, I don't expect anyone to, that trust, if misplaced, is terrible, you know? So it doesn't offend me at all. I feel totally, and maybe it's a societal thing. Maybe it's just the world we live in now, or like the West. I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad in Japan, or it's not like that, but I don't know. It just made me realize something, that like, at least my existence is governed. It's different because I'm like me, because I'm a boy. Maybe I don't need the fork. It does feel a little bit something. And in a way, it's not really me being sour about being a boy. It's more just, I guess I kind of appreciate sisterhood. Hey, Swizz, thank you so much for gifting those subs. Hey, thanks. As a YouTube streamer, you can enable closed captions. Oh, you're Googling? Like using compatible software or extensions. One common method is to use OBS and the closed captioning via Google Speech Recognition plugin. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Thank you. It's not the case here in the Middle East. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, someone you never met, you would trust them with your children? I don't know. Yeah, I would not trust a random man with one of my kids. Like, no way. No chance. I wouldn't trust a random man, like, in general. Like, if there's just, like, if I didn't know them quite well, I don't know what, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's just, that sounds weird, doesn't it? I just think that men have more, they're just more, they represent a higher risk. It might be raining. It is, it's raining. Oh, it's like bucketing down all of a sudden. Anyway, yeah, like I said, maybe it's more of just an appreciation of like sisterhood or something like that. But I think it's true. Like even like I think it goes beyond. Like you trust men more, Salem? Oh, that's interesting. Hey Bilal, thank you so much for the follow. Like we're watching a TV show at the moment, right? We're watching what's the word? We're watching Singles Inferno. Yeah. It's a Korean show about it's like dating on an island, yeah? And you know, it's Korea, I think, are more conservative in general than Western countries, but in any case, there are moments in that show where like the women are just sort of chilling in their like in their like shared bedroom. They're like got like quarters. It's like a, you know, like a hostel sort of situation where they've got multiple beds. And they'll all just be sharing a bed. Like that, like the two girls will just be like, you know, chatting amongst themselves next to each other in a bed. Among men, I don't think you would see that. Like the idea that like, oh, like for girls, like just a random sleepover where you treat, these are strangers. These women don't know each other outside of the show. They've only met each other for like 48 hours, you know, and they're happy to be like chilling in the bed together. And there's no like weird there's no like, no one goes, oh, that's weird. They just go, oh, it's just girls. Do you know what I mean? It's just an innocence that you don't presume of boys for some reason. Even though it's like, it would be fine. Like that's not anyone's business. It doesn't care what people do or how comfortable they are. It's just, there is like, I guess like I don't know, a presumption of sexualization that is there around men in general. Like that men will sexualize things. That's, I guess, what I'm saying, you know? Like I think on average, and maybe this is me being a little bit, you know, maybe this is just my view of the world. I totally am fine to admit that. Like I don't claim to speak for everybody here, but like, it's like the question of like, can boys be friends with girls versus like, can girls be friends with boys? You know, it's like the end, like that question. How a lot of people say, no, men cannot be friends with girls, just friends. You know, that I don't necessarily believe that, but it's in that direction. It's that idea that like, well, you know, if you ask enough guys, you know, if they ever had a chance, if they would see their female friends romantically, like more guys will say yes if they had the chance than girls will, I think. But again, maybe not. It could be a cultural thing. It could be just my culture, or I don't know. Okay. Like, I'm not saying like, I mean, look, you should always be conscious and careful of like strangers in general. But I just think that I would be less wary. And I would expect like the idea of like haven't you heard of like stories of like men feeling insecure about like playing with their kids in a park? Like men getting weird looks from women? Have you not heard that before? I hear that a fair bit. You've never heard of that? I hear that a lot. Maybe it's like the content that I see at my age. Maybe it's because I'm 30 something. I don't know. I get like insecure about that. Like people giving me weird looks if I'm with like my niece or something. Maybe I'm just like an anxious person. I just worry about what other people think in general. But it doesn't, I don't know. This isn't something that I like made up. You know what I mean? But maybe it's not as common as I thought it was. My daughter is still small enough that it's obviously me playing with my toddler as her dad, but I know the surrounding people are going to shift their perception as it goes on. I've heard of several children playing with their dad being approached by strangers asking if they know this man. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Anyway, that's all I was trying to say, is that Suzume made me like notice that more. That in the movie, the characters don't even think twice about trusting Suzume. You know, they don't, it's not even a question, like even a little bit. They're like, come over and stay at my house and wear my clothes and look after my kids and, you know, like, and it's like actually really like it's such an amazing little coming of age story for the character because she learns so much and meets so many people and has such a, like, you know, it's such a, the movie couldn't happen if that wasn't the case. And it's beautiful. Like I'm a little bit like jealous of the character that's an experience that is just like so natural from like a storytelling perspective for a woman. Such a wild idea because obviously the difference between playing with an adult and just like the weird kind of interaction a child would have with an adult stranger. Yeah. Different consideration is that women have typically been caretakers of children throughout history, and it's only been in the last 100 years where society has shifted. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. Hmm. It could be just stigma. It could be. I'd like to believe that's all it is. It's just leftover stuff. Hey, Evan. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. Cody L on YouTube says, when I was recovering from surgery, I was glued to your vids and determined to make something. Your Ace-Sprite tutorials got me a long way, but I could never figure out coding. Hey, Cody. Maybe, it's funny your name's Cody. I would love to do some programming tutorials soon. We talked about this on stream the other day. I was really insecure about whether I felt I was like, whether I thought I deserved to be comfortable making tutorials about certain things or just speaking on certain things in the internet, having an opinion. Programming is one of those things where I've always been afraid of other people's criticism if I was to ever put a tutorial together. But actually, I think that's mostly my own imposter syndrome and insecurity. And I actually think I probably could do a really good job of teaching programming. Yeah. Maybe I would. My ending. I just need to check to see. I was going to be playing tennis a bit later. And got like an hour before I was raining at the moment, or it was raining recently. Yeah. I had this idea where I would go from this color to like this color to this color. Almost like going like down into a cave. Yeah. Thanks, Lonko. I don't even know how to explain what I didn't understand. I would even try to just wholesale rip someone else's code and see if it would work and just never get anything to work. Yeah, coding is really hey Bilal, this is a sprite. So coding. Okay, code is one of those things where it's like it literally is a language. So if you don't understand at all how to speak the language, then you're really not going to learn anything just by looking at code. You know, unless you're quite smart, which I wasn't enough. I could never have done that. So it's really about like, you have to learn. You have to get taught how to do it. You have to watch tutorials properly and like whatever, like actual courses and read actual, like, you know, go through the actual process of learning it. Being like a script kiddie it doesn't work. We get rated again? I don't think so. Oh, that's nice, Couch Pirate. Is this my own game? Yep. Minigame tutorials walk through boilerplate starting levels, but don't teach you how to apply the principles to write your own code. Yeah, I would, if I was to do a video, I would start with what is code? Like, I wouldn't start with like, here's how to make a platformer. I would start with like, what is logic? What is data? How is data and logic stored on a computer? And what is a programming language? Now that's probably like, how does a programming language interpret data and logic to do things with? Is anything else and you're just not going to get it? Like, you're not even going to be able to not. You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, coding's. I like it. I feel like once you understand what you're doing, like what the features of programming are for, and once you realize that you can use them, like there's actually, if I could explain it, coding is actually not that complicated. The kinds of things linguistically that you describe when you code are actually very straightforward compared to like human languages. Like, there's really not a lot to it. It just feels like a lot because it's foreign and you probably haven't seen anything like it before. But once you get to the understanding of like, oh, like you could just do like these 10 kinds of things, you know, it's just about like, which of the 10 things do you need right now? Like, you could probably learn, if you could only learn to understand what it is that coding is capable of. If you could just have that downloaded into your brain and not be scared of what you think it could do that you don't understand that you don't know that it can't. If the unknown unknowns could be swept away from your brain and someone could just say, this is all programming is, I feel like most people could figure out in a day or two, or at least understand as it was being explained to them, what it is each of the different things are, each of the different parts. like, I guess what I'm trying to say, if you get taught rote, you get taught it like, this is that, this is that, this is that, it's going to be really slow and really intimidating. But if you understand the framework of why you're being told different things, oh, it's not complicated at all. Like classes versus functions versus like different like scopes, definitions in general. If you understand like what a definition is and the power of a definition, and then where instances of the definitions live in code and how to store them. I've just described like all of programming. You know, it's like sort of like this. Ready? Information can be stored on a computer. Information, in order to be stored, needs to be given some kind of a name. It needs to be defined. You want to make things that can be built out of lots of things, group lots of information together, you can give that a definition too. Once you have definitions of data, you can edit the data with logic. Logic is like, you could describe all the different logical things you can do in code in like maybe 2 pages, you know? Like you can check to see if things are equal. You can loop over a collection of things. You could do math on things. And you can... I mean, is that it? Is that all there is? Like... Oh, and you can take clusters of those clusters of that information, that logic, sorry, not the information. You can take clusters of that math and you can give that a name too. I've just described data types, classes, objects, functions. That's like, you could describe that in like 10 sentences. Sure, there's more to it than that, like way more, and it will take a long time to learn. But it's like, if you realize that that's all you're really doing, I feel like the intimidation should erode pretty quickly. It's something that I actually struggle with a lot when and still struggle with, is that I assume things are really complicated. I get scared that I don't know enough to even understand what I don't know a lot of the time. And I kind of just go, well, this is this is for smart people and I'm not a smart person. So I don't think I can understand it. That's what my brain does a lot of the time. Like maybe if I was good at math, I could understand this. But actually, even maths is one of those areas where like, if you just understand why you're being explained things, math becomes a lot easier too. Like if you just understand what it is they're trying to do with the math, logically, what's the point of it? Even math becomes really straightforward. But even I think algorithms are really easy. Like we have the human world is a complicated place, and we do lots of really complicated things all the time. There are analogies for anything you want to do. Well, I mean, look, there are layers of abstraction for sure, and that things can get complicated if you try to define them in one big gulp. But if you're not trying to do that, you're just talking about like what a recommendations algorithm is for. Like, how does Facebook decide what you what to show you next? Like, that's a big algorithm. There's a lot that's going on under the hood, but it's not doing anything. No one part of that is complicated. even like I don't know, like what's an example? Like I got scared of physics. Physics is like not complicated. And that's the other thing of like, I think there's like a kind of thing where once you understand a certain thing, like for example, physics, I know I'm not, what's the word? This may not be accurate, but the problem is, even though it's not accurate, it's good enough that it should help you. It's useful, even if it's not accurate. The following. We understand that the world is made of very, very small things. At the smallest level, we call those quarks, but it doesn't really matter until we get to like electrons. Atoms are made up of electrons. They like to glue to other atoms, depending on their makeup of electrons and protons. Even that, it's like, okay, as long as you understand that, fair enough. We call those different arrangements different elements. Atoms, elements, same thing. Okay, sure. Here's a table. These are all the different arrangements. The simple one, very top, we call that hydrogen. As you get more complicated, you get other atoms. Molecules are what you get when a bunch of atoms have like the right arrangement that they stick together. They like to trade electrons. If they trade, they become other things, and that's called radioactivity, or I think that's just all that's called. Yeah, the ability for something to react to another thing. So then it's like, oh, okay, you get molecules. Molecules are stuff that combines together. And then it's like, the next layer up from molecules is like, is it proteins or acids? Like at a certain point, you can get really complicated structures that act like Lego. And those structures will, if you place them, well, those structures just kind of like, they will bind to other things, or they'll break apart. Yeah. Well, like at this point, it's like, oh, we just understand that like all things are made of like Lego, and some Lego connects to other Lego better than others. And when the Lego connects to other things or doesn't connect, it reacts, and the bonding or unbonding makes lots of different things. Like it can set off a chain reaction, be very reactive. Like fire is just energy being released from a reaction and perpetuating that reaction, and new molecules being formed out of the reaction between the thing that can burn and the air around it, you know? Oh, okay. Now you understand. Like, that's it. It's not that much more complicated than that. And it's like, okay, if you take a bunch of molecules and then you combine them, you can build complicated things. I know we're going to get to the, well, I guess we didn't really get into like electromagnetism yet, but there are like forces. I'll get to that later. But yeah, maybe chemistry is what I was talking about. I was trying to get to biology. I probably started with physics, but like, I guess this is the thing. Biology, chemistry, physics are all the same sort of thing. They're all talking about the world, and the world isn't that. It's complicated, but it's not like that complicated. Like cells, like a single cell organism. It's just a bunch of molecular stuff organized in a way that it can do something that lets it split. You know, it's like you built a little shape of a bunch of molecules, and that shape can make more of itself. If you make the right complicated little thing, it does that. And viruses are kind of similar. They just don't. It's like yeah. And then like RNA and DNA, that's another thing. But even that stuff is not that complicated. I don't think so. Like, I feel like the willingness to accept that it's possible. Like, I don't know about a lot of this stuff. I know I don't know about it, but I've had enough conversations with people to not be scared of it anymore. So if someone said to me, "Hey, Adam, proteins are just amino acids that your body can use to do different things, and that's different from carbohydrate because it's a different molecular structure. Your muscles need something different to what your the energy your body needs. Like the way that your body breaks down fats is different than proteins, but it's all, you know, proteins happen to be structures that tend to only come from living things or whatever. But it's like, it's all structures. It's just like these ones are shaped this way and these ones just body processes them. Like even that is like, if you were too scared to try to grapple with the whole, if you just go, biology stuff too complicated for me, then you miss out on being able to have intuitive thoughts about these things. Like the idea that like the body is it obeys the laws of physics, right? The idea that like your body burns energy at a certain rate, and if you stop eating, you will lose weight because you can't get more mass than what you put in, you know? It's like, oh, okay. So like certain kinds of foods or certain ways of dieting or certain ways of exercising, like you can use your intuition of physics to get a pretty correct, what's the word? You can avoid really weird misconceptions or inaccuracies that someone might lie to you with if you understand at a basic first principles level, like, oh, it's all just physics. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I know that I've really explained this very poorly. I've done a really terrible job. But the point is, if someone said something to me that didn't seem like it was physically possible about nutrition, because I trust my understanding of like the most basics, conservation of mass, or like, you know, for example, oh, what was it? It was something like, oh, there was a really good one here. Talking about solar energy with my dad. We were talking, my dad had this idea. He's like, you know what would be really cool? If you live on a hill, right? And your house is like this, and you have a big arm here, right? Like a huge elevator. And there's like the whatever, that you live on a hill, you could drive the car down here, park out the front of the house, or you could park at the top of the house and use the gravity of the weight of the car to charge a battery overnight. So you park at the top of the hill and you let the car charge a battery, and then you can drive away with all this stored energy at the end of you've just got free energy. And I was like, okay, but it can't be more energy. What you get out of this process cannot be more energy than it would cost your car to drive up the hill. Like, it just can't be. Which is crazy. Because if it was more energy, you would just drive up and get an infinite... you would just have infinite power. You know? Like, you would hack the universe, and now you get infinite energy. especially if this is like an electric car, you couldn't charge the car's battery. Right. It's regenerative braking, right? And that happens when the car rolls down the hill. But like, the fact that can't do that tells you something about energy density in chemistry versus potential energy in like potential gravitational energy. The energy density in a battery, like a chemical battery, is so dense compared to what you can store with gravity. Like, that's something that if you knew basic physics and you're confident enough that nothing falls outside of those basics, that you would never try to build this. Like my dad, he's if you give him like 3 years and a lot of money, he'd probably try to build it, you know? And he'd have to find out the hard way that it didn't work. You know what I mean? Like you can save yourself a lot of energy if you're confident enough in your basic understanding of things to not like make huge swindle. You should not like swindle yourself with errors. I don't know. I never really like, I don't think too hard about it. But it is interesting. I'm not saying I know everything. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm not saying you should believe anything I say or anything like that. But it just seems to be one of those things where like you seem to be able to, what's the word? If you can build confidence, you can save yourself from blocking yourself from learning things. It's a lot easier to learn if you're confident enough about your ability to grapple with. Critical thinking, sure. Hey, Triple Jump Games, welcome. No, keep the same I mean, when you say resolution, you mean density, like pixels per whatever, per unit? Definitely keep the same pixels per unit across. You can kind of mix in very specific scenarios, but don't make a habit of it. Yeah. What I was trying to make is like, I don't know chemistry. I don't really know physics that well outside of like Newtonian physics. I'm not like super clued in, but I feel like it wouldn't be difficult for me to learn. I'm not scared of learning it because I know that like it just builds on top of stuff that I already know. Programming is the same. It doesn't have to be so novel that you have to relearn how to think from scratch. It's like you do language all the time. You already do that. And even the principles around good programming, I honestly feel like people, like the average person, probably has, if only they knew, the average person probably has a really good intuition for what good programming practices look like. It's just that it's hard to get people to apply their intuitions or their standards. Like if you work in a library, coding's probably going to come to you very quickly. or if you work as like an accountant, even if you have no knowledge of code, like you're dealing with systems all the time, rules and these kinds of, like, even, I don't know, so many little areas where I go, oh, like even like lawmaking, like this is going to sound a little bit, I don't know, maybe this could go in a political direction, but like the last, I don't know how many years, there's been this ongoing ideological thing about like gender, right? And like what's valid and scientific, and like what we should, in society, like what's the word, like acceptable or progressive or right. How should we think about these things? And like I feel like from like a programmer's sort of frame of reference, it's just a definitions question. And it really bothers me that there's so much heartache about definitions, because people feel like their personal definition, their identity, and the identity of other people have to, because of language, they get like impinged upon. They're like, we feel like they're threatened because we're using language that crosses over, and the interaction between these things feels like a threat. But it's like, if we just treated it like we made laws in a way that was conscious of the effects of naming things, I feel like actually everyone is okay with, like most people are actually fine and quite would be okay with the more progressive, like whatever ideas that are being passed around in culture. And I feel like the world being so divided as it is right now, it's such a shame, because it's like, well, not the world, but I guess the Western world's political division, this very conservative versus progressive thing that's happening at the moment, is like completely unnecessary. Not completely, but like definitely not as necessary as it seems to be. Like I feel like so much of the heartache that people experience comes from a failure to define things in a way that allows a conversation to be had. And it's the same in programming, where when you name something poorly in code, and you're sitting there hand wringing about how you're supposed to make this thing be different, and it's like, but I've defined it to do this, and I need it to do this. It's like, redefine it. Suddenly, it does it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know. This is quite an abstract thought. It's not something that's like I can really materialize. Exactly, Pixel Fireplace. Exactly. I agree with you. It's, if I'm being transparent, it's like the sex versus gender question is something that I think is like, there are areas where that's relevant and worth separating, and there are areas where it's not relevant and not worth separating. And our ability to be critical about when to use different definitions and what that means for people's rights or freedoms, and when it doesn't mean anything towards people's rights or freedom, is, I feel like if we were just better as a society at like handling that, it wouldn't. I can't see there being so much hand wringing and pearl clutching. It's just that's not. We aren't capable of, I guess, balancing that as well as we should be. But it really does to me feel like, I don't know, to a huge extent, it really feels like it's a language thing. Or another way to put it would be, if we were better at understanding, if we were better at wielding language, we would be able to at least make progress on the conversations more efficiently. There are things like that are relevant in terms of like, I feel like there are often conversations around like inherent, what is inherent, you know, biologically, or one sex or another, versus what is just cultural construction. You know, are males inherently more violent? That's a question you could ask. That question, there's probably an answer to that question, and the question itself isn't inherently offensive to any, like, it shouldn't offend anybody. Because there's a question there that is a biochemistry question. But by obfuscating the language, because we've got like a collision between terms, it becomes harder to even have that conversation. And the areas where it's important becomes harder to even, what's the word? The down the line implications about rights and all that stuff that, you know, is important. We can't even get there because we can't just take one step back from the fear of like what it would mean to accept a different definition. You know, I don't know. This is looking really good, huh? I mean, like, it might be hard to answer it. It might be impractical to answer it with one study or something, but I feel like, you know, there is a fact one way or another, for example. Like if men are inherently more... You probably couldn't do anything with it even, but I don't know. Maybe it is harder than I think. I don't know. Maybe it's a question of intuitions. I think it's also important to be able to think critically about what you can do with information. Like how valid, like you could do a study on that, answering that question, and that study might return a conclusive answer, but it also then what you're allowed to do with that, or what logically is, what is okay to legislate around that fact, is a different question. Like accepting something as statistically true is not the same as, you know, you wouldn't ever like define someone's rights based on the statistics. And even that, maybe what I'm really trying to say is that programming allows it forces you to think critically, and I think it's really important that people learn that skill. And I think that it's like the idea to question definitions, the concept of questioning definitions is something that programming forces into you. And I think it's healthy to do that. I think it's really healthy to have to be in the constant process of asking, like, is the way that I'm thinking about this representative of how it is? And is the way that I'm thinking about this forcing me to think about this thing in a way that's rigid, that doesn't map to, it's not useful to me? That's what I think is really, really important. If I could just say that. I really don't have like strong thoughts about the political side of this stuff, other than that I think it's weird that we argue so much about it. But what I do have strong thoughts about is the way that I see us failing to have coherent conversations that are productive because of our inability to think flexibly about how we think about the world. timestamps to speed cameras to allow for calculating average speed between two cameras. We have that in Australia. We have those. We have average speed cameras. Like it's like you get one camera, and then a further way down the freeway you get another camera. But it's on a freeway. It's not on like you can't like. It's not two random cameras. It's like one straight line. Which is really, it feels really annoying because like I just want to speed a little bit here and then not speed here, but because the average is too fast. Fine. I don't know if we've ever. I don't really know how powerful the logic is. Like the software is that drives all those systems. I guess they are taking down your number plate and the timestamp and where you were. I guess they are doing that. I think you're hitting a kernel of something that bugs me too. When people aren't willing to actually admit the true constraints of the problem. E.g., I have heard zero serious pundits saying, okay, if we pumped the atmosphere full of sulfur, we would absolutely slow global warming. It's all either we're all going to die, we don't change it today, or it's not even real. But I never hear, okay, we all won't burn, but we prefer an atmosphere that's not loaded with sulfur. Let's workshop it. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like, it's that kind of thing of like, why are we obfuscating the conversation that ought to be had right now? Because we aren't capable of emotionally separating from how we want to think about something. Because we've got some, like, I don't know, heuristic that says, oh, like the world is this. Like my dad is not he doesn't believe in evolution. Intuitively, I think he understands that his model of evolution is wrong. I think it's been explained to him enough times in a way that he can't refute. That it's a thing that's happens. It's been happening. Like he can't deny it because he knows there are certain things that are irrefutable about it. But the heuristics in his mind of when did a monkey evolve into a human? You've never seen it before, therefore it didn't happen. That little thing, that little like mental meme is so powerful that like he genuinely just reverts back to that every single time he walks away from the conversation. But it's like, you know that's not relevant. That's not even a good question to ask. Like it's wrong. Yeah, my background is Middle Eastern. What does that have to do with evolution? What's the link? What's the missing link between those two conversations? Yeah, like we've observed speciation happening. We've observed it. So like, unless the rules of the universe, unless the rules of nature apply differently to us than to everything else, like that's how it is. You know what I mean? People from the Middle East are very religious. Yeah, I mean, that's true. They are. They tend to be. What? Well, oh, I don't have that yet. Wait, scripts, layer. Yes. Nice. Yeah. I don't know. I just think like, to me, it's one of those things. Again, this is, I think it's one of those things that's like, maybe I happen to be the kind of person, and I think this is, it's useful the way that, for the things that the way that I live my life, it's useful. For other people, it might not be as useful. And the way I think, maybe not, maybe it's not as good for other applications. But the way I think is like, you see like you see something that like looks like this, and then you see something that looks like this, and then you see something that looks like this, I think, oh, these two share something that is different from this. I don't just think, well, these three are different. Like my brain goes, oh, these are similar enough that I might actually assume that they are the same, or come from the same thing, or they're related. I will assume that because I can see how different they are from this and how similar they are to each other. But some people look at this and say, these are three different shapes, Adam. This makes this not that, therefore they are distinct. So for me, like, you know, you look at people, you look at like two people from the same village, and you look at their features and you go, oh yeah, they're related probably. They live together. They're probably family, right? They probably literally share an ancestor because they look the same. That intuition is like, well, they look the same because they're from the same place, and they probably, and the people who live there all share this similar DNA, right? Like they're family. Family members look similar. And families live together. And they descend from each other. Just take that idea and you go, okay, well, keep going with that thought, right? You take people and you put more time and more distance between them, and they start looking different from each other. Okay. Now you've got like the whole of humanity, yeah? And it's like all of the human beings in the world and all their differences add up to blah. And we know that like these two people are closer together than these two. But we still accept that they're all people, because we understand how similar versus how different they are. Okay, we've done that. Now let's take a gorilla, like a great ape, another great ape. They have two eyes. They have nostrils. They have the teeth. They have hair. They have eyes with the same kind of iris. They've got like all of the features that we have in the same shapes, in the same proportions. You know, they've got palms and wrinkles on their fingers and fingernails and stuff. And it's like, oh, like, I mean, like, surely, like, a gorilla and a human are more similar than they are different. Like, if this is gorilla and this is human, like, why would you assume that they are completely unrelated? How could you assume? They have so much in common. All you have to do is just go up, higher. Right? Like, that's just, you already do that with people. You already know that you look different from someone who lives on another continent because of the time that's passed since you shared a common ancestor. So you just have to keep going, you know? That intuition for me feels like you can't like, it's like game over already. Like I can't think, there's like there's nothing else to think about at that point for me. Like that's all you need. Like any other explanation requires you to make some really complicated like stories that don't require that require way more extra stuff. Like that explanation is so straightforward and so simple that like you would need something so much better to beat it. For it to be wrong, the world would need to be like way more complicated than it is. But like if you also know that everything is just atoms and chemicals and elements, like you know it's not that complicated, right? It's just not that complicated. It has to be something that's really simple. And that is really simple. That's how I feel about that stuff. I guess it's up. It's interesting that you're willing to believe evolution, but not the sacred texts of a religious book, for instance. I think it all comes down to personal faith. Whether you're an atheist or a religious person, it's all about faith. You believe in something or nothing. Yeah, but I think that defies reason, doesn't it? Like the real question is, do I have a reason to believe one thing or another? If you don't believe that it's possible to get to the right answer through reason, then yeah, I think it does come down to whatever you want to believe. I think that's fair. But I also think that's a really cynical way to think about the world. That's my issue. If it's truly impossible to know the truth about anything, then you should just believe whatever you want. But I think it's possible to not only discover truth through experience, it's also possible to arrive at truth just through logic. I think I'm prepared to believe that because my life experience has been consistent with that. I think it's okay to believe in things that you can't prove. I think that's okay, but I don't think it's okay to compare those things to things that you can prove. or things that are so clear that the idea of they're so clear that it makes the most sense to treat them as if they are proof. You know what I mean? Like the evolution stuff, it feels so obvious once you know it, that the next best idea is so distant. It just disappears. Like I don't have another. I'm not even bothered to listen or to like look for another explanation as to like how species work. You know what I mean? At a certain point, it's like, oh, like that's just what it is. You know what I mean? Like if someone comes along with a better explanation for how the world is, how things exist and how species exist, okay, I'll have a listen. But like I'd probably have to hear from somebody else that there was a better theory. Because for now, like it's good enough. Because it's really, really good. All of the boxes are checked. All of the things fit. Like, oh yeah, this is probably right. Because it's such a good explanation. Like it's not even about, because I've got an internal standard, right? For like why, like what I would believe. How much of a stretch do I have to take to get to believe something, right? Like you have to have a standard. And for me, like evolution, like super duper meets that standard. That's what I'm prepared to have to where faith comes in. If you don't have a standard you can use, yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard. But I feel like it's okay for me to have that. I feel like quite comfortable with how I think about the world and the standards that I use. Discern what I think is worth believing or not believing. I might have to go very soon, pals. But without religion, you can justify crime, murder, anything because it doesn't matter. No religion equals no morals. That's your belief. I don't believe that. Not even just that it's a good explanation, but it affords opportunities to refute it. Like if you just prove that the number of chromosomes in organisms was fixed for all their offspring for all time, then you just proved evolution. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I think you just have to like, if you're look, I'm not going to tell anybody what to believe. It's not my place. But I think like if you're prepared to question your beliefs, if that's something that you're okay doing, well, then I'm not sure you would think that thought on your own. Like if you were just asking the question without bias, why are there laws? Why do we consider that some things crimes and some things not? And if we didn't have a religious book, would we still think of certain things as crimes and certain things not? And would that stop us from committing them? I would say you could probably figure it out why we have crimes, why we call certain things crimes and certain things. I think that would be quite straightforward. It looks so far into the background because it breaks this -10. I feel like it needs to be at least -8. Well, that can be -10. Wait a second. This is -5. This -10. Round 1. Was I wrong? It just looks real. I guess the black hole being -10. Or even -7. That's a bit better. But I actually don't like how far into the background it feels. I might do a couple layers of rock. Like I might put this on that background and then like hide this. I actually just want to check with my friends. Out. One sec, pals. Be right back. All right. Yo, undergroundies. Hey, dude. He's still here? I got raided by my pal, my man. Long time no see, bud. I gotta go. Oh. Okay. I gotta go, pals. I gotta go. Thank you, everybody. I had a good stream today with you all. I know I wasn't as productive as I'd like to be, but it was really a pleasure chatting with you and sharing this conversation. I hope I didn't make anyone uncomfortable. I hope it wasn't a weird one for you. But just know, like, I'm not trying to, you know, I'm a pretty apolitical and I wouldn't let anyone's beliefs get in the way of being my friend. So, I hope that you feel the same way. All right, I gotta go. It was a pleasure. You're all amazing. For the Twitch people, I really have to go. I'm just gonna go. Okay, pals. See you later. Bye-bye. Sorry, undergroundies. Enjoy your next stream that you head off to. See you, everybody.